Morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Let's get this party started. I'd like to call to order the October MTA Board Meeting. Safety announcement first, and then we'll hear from public speakers, please.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway, or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Lucille?
Good morning, Chair, and welcome to the MTA Board Meeting's public comment session. We have 21 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to ask and remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker today is Christopher Greif, followed by Rachel Faust.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. As an advocate for disability, first, I do want to thank our NYPD Transit 34 because since I do live there and I have seen what they have to do, it is a strategy that happens. I use Coney Island Stillwell Avenue because my mother and I have to get off for accessibility. And we have seen Transit 34 there and cameras. So I want to be very clear that where I live, it is safe. But remember, we always say, we see something, we say something. The other thing I'd like to make sure that we still continue advocating and working moving forward is making sure accessibility goes forward, making sure that elevators, ramps, LD lightings are still going through. But those are making sure we need to remind our elected officials today and ever to make clear that we need to move forward. And the word forward is still going to be in my vocabulary word, not going backwards, not going back to the 20th century or the 19th century. We need to move forward this. Also, I really want to thank our accessoride. During the disability parade, it wasn't an easy Sunday, and it was a challenge because of the bike-a-thon and all the other events. They still got us to the parade and still got us home safely. There was a lot more accessoride there, and I do want to thank Rachel Cohen, the acting vice president, and I hope in the future she becomes the full vice president because she was there. And I have seen a lot of people who are there were really pleased. Unfortunately, a lot of them could not be here, but they asked me to say thank you to Rachel's team, thank you Q's team, and thank you MTA Accessibility and all the teams because the Accessibility Parade was the best we had. And I hope next year 8835 will be the biggest one and Disability Pride Month celebrating its 10th year as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Faust, followed by Kate Slevin.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Foss. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for Reinvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable New York government. This week marks a number of important anniversaries. The subway system turned 120 years old this past weekend, and 12 years ago, Hurricane Sandy devastated New York City and its transit system. Earlier this year, the MTA's financial picture was stable, and it looked like these important anniversaries would be honored with new investments to repair and rebuild the transit system. However, Governor Hochul single-handedly wrecked the MTA's finances when she stopped congestion pricing in June. Last week, the New York State Comptroller reported that the MTA faces a budget gap in the hundreds of millions for 2025. To add insult to injury, the governor also owes the MTA billions in state capital funds. Per the MTA's Capital Program Committee materials from this week, the governor still owes $2.5 billion for the capital program of 2020 to 24 from state capital dollars. Due to the absence of revenue from congestion pricing and the state's failure to deliver funds, very little state funding dedicated to the capital plan is being delivered. The 2020-24 capital plan is nearly at the end of its fifth and final nominal year, yet the plan is only 44% funded. The 2015 to 2019 plan was 63% funded at this stage. The slow pace of funding means that important repairs are not getting done. The longer the MTA waits for the money to come in, the more expensive it will be to fix the buses, subway, and commuter rail systems. When capital plans are years late, inflation can have a major impact on the ability to stay on budget. And when she stopped congestion pricing, the governor also sabotaged the 2025 to 29 capital plan before it even started. The MTA's proposed $68 billion plan needs a whopping $33 billion in state funds that must be identified in next year's state budget. Fortunately, the solution is simple. The governor must flip the switch to get $15 billion in congestion pricing funds flowing and make good on the state's $3 billion committed to the capital plan.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kate Slevin, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kate Slevin, Executive Vice President at Regional Plan Association. RPA is an urban planning nonprofit organization that works to improve the quality of life for all of the region's 23 million residents. Fundamental to our mission is a reliable, adequately funded transit system, cleaner air, and less traffic. I also speak to you today as a union household, as my husband works at CUNY, and we are reliant on their benefits. Today, I'm here today to ask the board to do all it can to advance congestion pricing and to support the program that has already been heavily vetted by the public and by the city, state, and federal governments and studied in the environmental assessment. At this point, congestion pricing should not go back to the state legislature to be further debated, nor should changes be made to the program that require it to go back through the NEPA environmental review process. Just this morning, RPA and PCAC released a new report that explains in more detail why the governor, MTA, and this board need to keep the congestion pricing program intact without adding additional toll exemptions or large changes. Specifically, we looked at the effect of excluding municipal workers from congestion pricing tolls, a suggestion made by some elected leaders. We found that excluding municipal workers would lead to a revenue loss of about $140 million, or about 14% of the legislated revenue target. To make up the loss, the $15 base toll would have to be increased to $17.45. It wouldn't be fair to increase tolls for everyone else to make up the difference. We also find that municipal workers drive at a substantially higher rate than other categories, probably because of existing parking placards and privileges, and giving additional perks could jeopardize traffic reduction goals and would be unfair to other categories of workers, such as retail employees or hospital workers. It's also worth noting that municipal workers are still much more likely to be on transit. 75% take transit versus 25% who drive. And they will benefit from the capital improvements that congestion pricing will deliver. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Anna Humphrey.
Good morning, everybody. Jason Anthony from the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force. Like we say in Puerto Rico, buenos dias. As a reminder, this past weekend, we had a huge event at Madison Square Garden. And let's remind something, folks. 2 nights ago, a certain person put our beloved subway system in a bad way. And she said, and I quote, "The subway system is not safe." Personally, I ride the subway system every day. And rest for sure, it is safe. I could see police officers every single day. And thanks to Michael Kemper, who was the NYPD transit chief, and his successor, who I happened to meet this past Monday, we are going to continue the dialogue. But I wish that every single board member, no matter the jurisdiction, rides the subway between midnight and 4 o'clock in the morning, that they could see the atrocities that I see during the weekends when I commute from downtown Brooklyn to the west shore of Staten Island, that they could see the depth of service that I see at St. George Terminal, because depth of service has expanded throughout the nation. That's a fact. So let's support the 2025 to 2029
Thank you for
capital
your
plan.
comment. Our next speaker is Anna Humphrey, followed by Jennifer Van Dyke.
Good morning, members of the board. Is this on? Good morning, members of the board. My name is Anna Humphrey. I'm the Transportation Community Organizer at the Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. I am providing this testimony today to address a critical issue which impacts New Yorkers with disabilities every day, the cleanliness and accessibility of subway elevators. For many of us, the subway is the only viable transportation option, but for many New Yorkers with disabilities, wheelchair users, those who use canes or crutches, just to name a few, who may rely on elevator access, navigating through filth in subway elevators is more than just a discomfort. It is a barrier to access. This is unacceptable. Elevators that are dirty, poorly maintained, or frequently out of service make the transit system inaccessible, unhygienic, and unsafe to all who use it. I understand the MTA prioritizes state of good repair in its budget and its decision-making process, but accessibility is not a separate issue. It's a vital part of maintaining a functional, safe, and compliant system. The installation and upkeep of elevators should be included under the component of the state of good repair, not sidelined. The Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 was passed over 30 years ago, yet many subway stations remain inaccessible. Many stations that have elevators often fail to meet basic cleanliness standards. We need more funding allocated specifically to address accessibility upgrades and proper maintenance, including regular cleaning schedules for all elevators located throughout the system. This is not just about meeting legal requirements, it is about providing a transit system that works for everyone. We need clean working elevators, not a plethora of unhygienic metal boxes comprising bacteria and bodily fluids. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Van Dyke, followed by Jason Rabinowitz.
Good morning. Elevator uptime. What is it? It's a metric that allows you to measure the amount of time an elevator is up and running. This number is important to the Elevator Action Group. We've been holding rallies in front of the MTA every month about the elevator maintenance case. This is a case that has been in the courts since 2017. It is still not settled. You say you adequately maintain elevators, and we say you do not. Part of elevator maintenance is elevator uptime. It's also a lot of other things, such as how do you notify passengers that an elevator is out of service? How do you help riders who rely on stair-free access to get where they're going if an elevator is broken? How do you adapt your app in such a way that gives riders real-time updates before they get to a station with a broken elevator? How do you redirect passengers to a station that is accessible when the one at their destination is not accessible? And how do you track the maintenance of these elevators? Elevator uptime is one such metric. But here's the thing. The number you use is inaccurate. You proclaim that elevators are working 98% of the time. This is not true. It does not reflect the experience of people using the subway who need stair-free access. Let me explain. So if you're a person who takes one train to get from their home to their office, and you rely on elevators to get there, you need a minimum of 4 working elevators: street to mezzanine, mezzanine to platform, and then platform to mezzanine, and mezzanine to street level. Now, if one of the elevators is broken, the first one is broken, it makes the others essentially out of order because you cannot get to the platform to get to the train, to get to the station that you need to get to. Now, you insist on using the utterly inaccurate 98% uptime metric. This may be true in theory, but it is not true in practice. Riding the subway is not a theoretical experience. It is an utterly practical one. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Rabinowitz, followed by Miriam Fisher.
We are running as much service as possible with the operators/equipment available. This is what I was told on Sunday evening while simply trying to take the B-54 bus from downtown Brooklyn to Ridgewood. The bus never came. I went outside having just missed 2 buses, a common occurrence on most routes within my neighborhood, and I waited and I waited, and people came to the bus stop, and more people came. And then people started leaving, and then more people left. And then eventually I left because the buses never came. This is a common occurrence, at least for me, on the B-54 and particularly on the B-38 every single weekend. It is extremely common to see buses bunched, departing together in basically a train of buses at the same time. It's not uncommon to see 2, 3, 4, or on the B-38, even 5 buses come at the same time, the first being crush-loaded, the next few being completely empty because nobody gets on them. You say you're running as much service as possible with the operators and equipment available, but that's simply not true if nobody is paying attention to how buses are actually being operated. The bus is supposed to come every 12 to 15 minutes. How did I end up waiting 45 minutes for a bus before eventually giving up and leaving? There needs to be more eyes on bus operations, particularly on weekends. We say a lot of things about congestion pricing and the subway and all that, but nobody is paying attention to buses in the outer boroughs, particularly, in my experience, the B-54. I had at least the experience where I could just change my plans, go somewhere else. But for everyone else waiting for that bus to go home, go to a doctor's appointment, do something that they need that bus to show up for, they don't have that luxury. So I'm begging anyone listening at the MTA, please do better with your buses. If the subways ran like this, we'd have politicians up in arms. We'd have the media writing nonstop about how the subway doesn't run right. But buses, nobody.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Miriam Fisher, followed by Maylani Montgomery.
Good morning. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please begin your comment.
Thank you. I welcome the appointment of Demetrius Critchlow and recall his support of the concerns of riders stranded by the elevator outages and the statistic he shared of 88% daily outages, and reference to my colleague Jennifer Van Dyke and her testimony. I am here to add to the dialogue on Monday of the benefits of the next capital plan and keep accessibility and needs of elevators on the radar. In my neighborhood, Chelsea and Manhattan, we had a rally September 30th to protest this accessibility desert. 5 subways on 23rd Street, Hudson River to East River, only 1 accessible station. The rally was co-sponsored by electeds such as Jerry Nadler, Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine, Senator Brad Harlan Siegel, Assembly Member Tony Simone, City Council Member Eric Botcher. There were representatives from Sellis Manor, a residence for hundreds with visual impairments and blindness on the same block as the subway. There were also community disability groups, transit groups, Riders Alliance, and seniors from nearby Penn South, NYCHA Housing. The message to the MTA was loud and clear. We need elevators for everyone here now. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Maylani Montgomery, followed by Andy Pollock.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please begin your comment.
Thank you. My name is Milani. Hello, MTA. My name is Milani Montgomery, and I am giving a public comment regarding, I am a community resident of Lakeview, New York, a member of the NAACP at Lakeview branch. I'm giving a public comment regarding the railroads that pass through Lakeview, New York. In our neighborhood, we have the MTA railroad that runs through Mill River and Ossipee Court. It runs behind our home addresses, and the railroad structure is really damaged. I have sent numerous emails to Nick Fasano about the issues, and that I have been told that there was going to be engineers to come out to look at the structure, but it has been I don't know if it has been looked at. and the issues are still there, and there has been no changes made. I've been reaching out since March 3rd of 2024, and our last email thread was up as August 23, 2024. I am asking for a thorough assessment, and I demand change to ensure and promote the safety of our residents and for the people on the train as well. I also would like to know if there is an email that I can send the pictures to. I have all the email threads, and I demand action for there to be change to the railroad structure, as well as the shrubs around the train tracks at Lakeview Station needs to be cut and maintained. It looks horrible, and it's not the way that we should live, and we should always have safety so that no one gets hurt. And I do not want anyone to get hurt. Please
Thank you
let me
for
know
your
where I
comment.
get that.
Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Mr. X.
Good morning, everyone. Andy Pollock, Passengers United. Just a quick safety update for this morning. I want to mention that there was a fatal stabbing of a 58-year-old man at the Coney Island Stillwell Avenue station this morning, and we had subway surfers reported on the 7th line at the 82nd Street station. Now on to other things. First up, Auburndale. I was there last Monday, and the station is not in good condition. The signs look terrible. And I want to know, why did the MTA think it was a good idea to do elevator replacement work at this time of the year when this is the busiest time of the year when the Auburndale station is used? It's the holiday season coming up. This should have waited until January. So we want an answer on why this was pushed now and couldn't wait until the beginning or the middle part of January. Now, on to other things I want to talk about. Omni. I was at Jamaica 179th Street on Sunday. We only have one Metro card machine at that station. And that's a problem because Nice Bus has not installed their Omni readers yet. The county executive, Bruce Wakeman, has said that the readers on all the buses are not going to be installed until 2025. So they only take Metro cards still. There's 3 Omni readers at that, 3 Omni vending card machines at that station. So there should at least be a supplemental Metro card machine at Jamaica 179th Street for the time being until Nassau County operates. And one more thing, congestion pricing. Again, Passengers United will stay in our stance. We do not support the plan. And congestion pricing, this whole debate should at least be held off until after the November 5th election, because the election could decide the fate of the congestion pricing program. So let's hold off on that discussion until after November 5th. So thank you all for letting me speak. I hope to speak again in November.
Our next speaker is Mr. X, followed by John Padula.
(12/20/23) MTA Board Meeting. The cops who were supposed to check our possession were late but not pregnant. When I asked the MTA head, or should I say Joseph Biden Jr., what was happening, he blew me off. I didn't appreciate that. If I ask him a simple question, at least he could do is answer it. Okay? I had 2 permanent reduced fare Metro cards that malfunctioned on 4/20/18. And as a result, I had to walk to Jacoby Hospital from 180 Katona Avenue, which is outrageous. I had to walk to Western Center between Brook and Bergen Avenues from Truman and Katona Avenues. Why? The MTA head, or I should say Joseph Biden Jr., failed to check the fare boxes. One of those cards was stuck in the SPX fare box. Whether it was retrieved remains a mystery. I never heard from him. If he's concerned about the riders, he needs to work with, not against them. Since he became the MTA head over 3 years ago, he has just turned it into a circus. He suspended D train above Yankee Stadium, which was a smaller insult. He suspended J train below Hughes Street, which is a bigger insult. I told him that's a bad idea because it's not wheelchair accessible. How are you supposed to use that station if you have a more visible disability if it's not wheelchair accessible? Hello. If it can't run to Marcy Avenue, let it run with the M train and provide shuttle bus service.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is John Padula, followed by Jesse Figueroa.
Good morning, folks. My name is John Padula, and I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services from New York City Public Schools. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. So, October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and the theme is access to good jobs for all. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how many of us in the disability community actually have jobs or good jobs. The statistics for employment are grim. I can tell you that within the legal blindness community, we've been bucking a 70% unemployment rate for the last 30 years. 70%. You heard me correct. So I have to ask leadership here, if you were confronted with a sudden disability that forced you to use traditional paratransit to maintain gainful employment, could you? Given that apparently 30 minutes late is still on time? Where is that reality in the real world? Mr. Lieber, how many days could I show up here 30 minutes late? Would our governor, would our mayor permit me to be 25, 26, 27 minutes late? How many times before my head is on a platter? We're all clamoring for capital funding, and that's fine, but Accessoride doesn't fall under that umbrella. Accessoride needs to modernize. It needs to be a modern, usable, equitable solution. It needs funding. A modern Accessoride paratransit is part of accessible transit. It needs to facilitate meaningful choices, real, equitable access for people. We need to put our money where our mouth is. We need to invest in sustainable employment for our city's citizens. If freedom is the right to choose, equity is the path to that freedom. My name is John Padula. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by Janine Franz.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jesse Figueroa. I am a U.S. Army veteran with a disability and also a member of the LARR 88 Task Force. Most importantly, I am in full support of the capital program for 2025 to 2029. I also like to congratulate Demetrius Critchwell as transit president. Mr. President. As a veteran with a disability, we need to make sure that our stations are fully accessible, which means larger elevators, wider ramps, LED lighting, and signage enlargement. We also need to make sure that our subways, railroads, buses, and Accessoride are updated. It is important that our elected officials support the capital program for 2025 to 2029 and congestion pricing. Accessoride was excellent. I have tremendous experience with it. We want Rachel Cohen to be the full vice president of Accessoride. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine Franz, followed by Jeremiah Gonzalez.
Good morning, all. My name is Janine Franz. I'm a paratransit rider. This is like my fourth time coming here. I have been unfairly accused of disrupting service on a paratransit. Therefore, Accessoride has been punishing me. What happened was on 8/16/24, I had a guest with me. On the paratransit, she uses oxygen 24/7. So her oxygen was failing, so we had to stop. Next thing you know, I received a letter stating I disrupted service and it wasn't called for. Lo and behold, that 89-year-old woman is my mother. They didn't want me to give her access to oxygen, which she uses 24/7. So Austin Rudolph, who is the dispatcher for paratransit, made it a big deal and now wants to give me Maggie's. I had trouble with Maggie's previously. They gave me Professional, which was my preferred. Now they're telling me it is not my preferred, so they're giving me Maggie's, which is the worst of the worst. I'm asking to have a different paratransit, and I'm asking for broker services, but they're giving me Sentry, which is horrible as well, and we all know that. Unfair treatment. They sent me a letter. I did not dispute it as of yet, but I feel as though my rights have been abused. I stopped and had to get help for my mother, and they penalized me. All of you done had mothers or have them now. Would you let anybody stop them from getting
Thank
air?
you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jeremiah Gonzalez, followed by Evan Yankee.
Esteemed members of the board, the election is in a week. We all know which candidate will do what on whichever topic interests you. For me, and probably for most of us here, that topic, one of the topics includes transit. However, pushing to the political realm so early wouldn't be fair. Governor Hochul, however, thinks otherwise regarding congestion pricing. As you all know, in June, the governor said congestion pricing program will be paused, presumably until after the election. Yet the governor wishes to reintroduce congestion pricing at a lower cost. She seems not to understand that $15 is the compromise price. The review mentions the price range from $9 to $23. The $15 price that was eventually chosen was enough to help move things along while giving the MTA additional revenue. The governor is trying to compromise. If I recall correctly, you can't compromise on a compromise, otherwise it wouldn't be a compromise. She is trying to compromise with this board, which oversees a state organization that, according to a report released last week by the state comptroller Thompson Napoli, is more broke than was initially thought. According to the report, quote, the Metropolitan Transportation Authority now faces growing fiscal uncertainties and risks that create projected budget gaps that start at $211 million this year and increase to $652 million in 2028. Not to mention that because of the pause congestion pricing, lower tax and fare revenue, and other financial risks that could widen the gap even further. According to the state comptroller, that gap could widen to $3 billion by 2028. Of course, that's if we don't get congestion pricing, among other reasons. Getting what I just said, you know what I'm about to say. Others that come before me, others before me, and repeat something similar. I urge this board to flip the switch. The benefits outweigh the risks, and while one tomatoes will be thrown around, we will positively impact the city. What can we finish if big, bad New York City can't get something small like this done? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Evan Yankee, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning. My name is Evan Yankee, and I'm the Advocacy Director for Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. We work with stakeholders with disabilities and others who have been waiting since the first lawsuit was filed against the MTA 45 years ago for our public transit system to meet its obligations under the law to be usable by all people. People with disabilities, children, the elderly, pregnant mothers, families with strollers, and anyone else who needs to move from place to place in their own community. For all of these New Yorkers and others, the lack of transit funding has meant further delay in accessibility projects that will help them go to their jobs, help them travel to school or family or medical care, and help them be part of public life just like everybody else. The pause on congestion pricing has meant a trick on public transit users with no treats forthcoming. The lack of viable funding sources has meant an early death for 23 subway elevator projects, and we're hoping you get the tombstone candies we asked to be delivered to you today. We implore you this day before Halloween to work to find the funding to bring these dead projects back to life. Not paying for these planned projects places an undue burden on all New Yorkers and others who depend on them and hurts our ability to plan and pay for future projects that are equally urgent. While many of us supported congestion pricing and would continue to support it, a long, drawn-out fight to preserve it should not put the urgent need for funding at risk of delay if there are other opportunities to fund these necessary projects. The governor and the legislature must act now before next year's budget negotiation to implement the committed transit funding so their plans and promises can go forward. None of us want to be haunted by unfinished subway elevator projects. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Joe Rappaport.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian. I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Yesterday, I had the great pleasure of joining MTA leadership and Queensborough President Richards at the announcement for next steps in the developments of IBX. This transformational project will help hundreds of thousands of riders travel between Brooklyn and Queens without going to Manhattan. But like Linus waiting for the great pumpkin, we continue to wait for a great plan for funding it in the FY 25-29 plan. We have a pretty good idea where up to half of the funding for that plan could come from, but what about the rest? Critical state of good repair projects and resiliency projects, whose importance was highlighted by yesterday's Sandy anniversary, depend on that money. You wouldn't give a kid a candy bar with a bite taken out of it. And you can't take a bite out of state of good repair work to fund expansion projects. The $33 billion missing from the plan is compounded when you consider the $16.5 billion hole the governor caused in the current program when she paused congestion pricing. Instead of a plan to get New York moving towards less traffic, better air quality, and funding for a vital transit network, we get thought bubbles with ideas like exempting municipal workers from paying the toll. It's a great soundbite, but would result in a scary reality. The new report that we released today with RPA finds that exempting municipal workers would either cost other drivers about $250 more or result in an annual loss of $140 million. It would equal almost 49,000 vehicular trips that could have been avoided, along with their emissions. And who are we kidding? Exempt one group and others will follow. Where does it stop? When would another environmental review need to be undertaken? 3/4 of municipal workers take transit into the region. We already have a great idea for how to move the region forward. It's called congestion pricing. Governor Hochul, make us believe in the great pumpkin.
Thank you for your comment.
Unpause the pause.
Our next speaker is Joe Rappaport, followed by Nicholas Vargas.
Guess a few people had the Halloween theme. Trick or treat. I'm Joe Rappaport from the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. As my colleague Evan referred to, it's the day before Halloween, so we've given you a treat today. Chocolate tombstones to represent the 23 subway elevator projects that right now seem kind of dead, in spite of promise after promise. Tim Minton, by the way, says he is getting the candy to you, so look for him if you don't get it. We hope to entice you with this candy to get moving on these projects. While these projects are left for dead, other projects seem to be coming to life. The Interborough Express, for example. It would make travel between Brooklyn and Queens easier, but meanwhile, disabled people can't get into hundreds of subway stations at all. Pretty cruel trick. It's also 6 days before another scary day, Election Day. But no matter what happens then, it's up to you, up to the governor, and up to the legislature to come through with funding in 2024 for these elevators. Whether congestion pricing rises from the dead, which we would support, or other funding is dug up, don't trick us again. Get these projects going in 2024. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Vargas, followed by Jean Ryan.
Oh, just kidding. Good morning, everyone. That was a trick.
So I'm here today to advocate for and with our friends, families, coworkers, and neighbors with disabilities. For these New Yorkers, accessibility isn't a matter of convenience. It's essential to their right to move freely and fully participate in city life. To get to medical appointments, to get to work, to get to school, to visit family and friends. That's why subway elevators and other accessibility upgrades need to be fully funded, and New York City and New York State must act now without waiting for next year's budget session. There should be no delay in supporting projects that help undo the harm and legacy of discrimination against people with disabilities. Discrimination that, for far too long, has been embedded in the very design of the city's and state's infrastructure. Right now, 23 subway stations, accessibility projects have been canceled, left for dead. And every day of delays hurts those who need these improvements, making it harder for these projects to ever come to fruition. It's time for the MTA and New York State to honor their commitment to making transit accessible. For our friends, our coworkers, our family members, and our neighbors with disabilities deserve full and unencumbered access to the city, just like everybody else and everybody in this room. So thank you very much, and please, please fund these projects.
Our next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by Iris Kelly.
Hello. I'm Jean Ryan, president of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York. No joke. We are spooked and frightened that 23 subway elevator projects are so-called paused and badly in need of resuscitation with capital funding from Albany. When does a pause become a cancellation or expiration? How long will it take for an accessibility plan to become just a vaporous dream and a wisp of smoke? We are hoping that this is only a Halloween metaphor. But as lack of funding goes on longer and longer, it seems like a nightmare come true. We need some magic, I guess. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Anthony Phillips.
Long Island Railroad needs more problems taken care of. They have a sign for new thing to put up for people to see up here to see where the trams are at. But the problem is it's too high. You have all this metal showing here, it's nothing. But maybe lower that so people are able to see. People with disability have to see that. People not under 5 foot can't see that. You have to realize what people need to see it too. Then now to the accessibility for elevators, we need them, and you need to invest your money in the elevators because Kathy Hogan don't realize the more you delay, the more you deny yourself having good revenue coming in to have people be able to come to the city. They need more help for people to get around. And if they have the elevators, we'll be able to get around. And the more people in there that you ever know, you make an extra amount of good money. So start investing your money. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Anthony Phillips.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You probably look at me and say, well, what do he do? He don't go nowhere.
You probably look at me and say to yourself, what does he do? He doesn't go anywhere.
I let you know I'm a deacon.
I'll let you know I'm a deacon.
I represent people with disabilities.
I represent people with disabilities.
I'm an advocate. I am elected to Reverend Al Sharpton.
I'm an advocate, and I am related to Reverend Al Sharpton.
When the elevators don't work in the subway, I'm stuck. Some people don't know that when you have to go on another train to walk out your way to come back to where you want to get off at is a pain in the rear end.
When the elevators don't work in the subway, some people don't know if the elevator doesn't work, you have to take another train to get back where you're going, and it's a pain in the rear end.
I think that it needs to be really looked at because really it's a struggle for me, for everybody.
And I think it needs to be really looked at because it's a struggle for me and for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Chair Lieber, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Lucille, and thank you to all the public speakers. Since there was so much comment about the impact of the congestion pricing pause on the accessibility portion of our current capital program, I just want to make sure it's clear to the board that those projects, while paused from a construction standpoint, continue to be advanced to get them designed and ready to be built as soon as the pause is lifted or other actions are taken that give assurance that that funding will be available to the MTA as originally contemplated. So I very much sympathize with the folks who have raised this issue, but we are continuing to move forward every way we can so that when that issue is resolved, as the state has said again and again, it will be, that we can resume moving at pace. Now, we have 37 projects under construction right now. We want those 23 projects to be in construction ASAP. I think there's agreement on that. So I just wanted to provide that clarification. And right now, I have to call the board into executive session to deal with a labor matter. So I think I need an motion to move into executive session. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Second, Mr. Chu. We're going to go into executive session.
I'll just note that we do have a quorum.
Always something I forget to ask for. Thank you, Paige.
Every day, over 2 million New Yorkers rely on buses, whether it's to get to work, school, to shop, or to medical appointments. For many, the bus is the best option for accessible and reliable travel. We are the largest bus system in the nation, with a fleet of nearly 6,000 buses running over 300 routes. There are neighborhoods throughout the city where the bus is the main form of mass transit, and their livelihoods depend on our buses. Alongside the subway, buses make up the backbone of our city's transportation network. But our riders face challenges. Average bus speeds continue to decline as a result of increased congestion and double parking. Every weekday, bus riders lose over 200,000 hours due to traffic. That's an average of 35 hours of time per person per year, nearly an entire work week. Every day, over 2 million New Yorkers rely on buses, whether it's to get to work, school, to shop, or to medical appointments. For many, the bus is the best option for accessible and reliable travel. We are the largest bus system in the nation, with a fleet of nearly 6,000 buses running over 300 routes. There are neighborhoods throughout the city where the bus is the main form of mass transit, and their livelihoods depend on our buses. Alongside the subway, buses make up the backbone of our city's transportation network. But our riders face challenges. Average bus speeds continue to decline as a result of increased congestion and double parking. Every weekday, bus riders lose over 200,000 hours due to traffic. That's an average of 35 hours of time per person per year, nearly an entire work week.
I like to take the bus to the airport because it's just a more convenient and affordable way to get to the airport. They have their own bus lanes as long as other cars and vehicles adhere to not being in the bus lanes.
I like the bus because I think the bus drivers are nice. They always have a smile, they're friendly, they're helpful. I do see a lot of fare evasion. It's kind of annoying and disrespectful because I pay my fare and I'm proud to pay my fare and contribute towards the system that makes us get around, and it's annoying when you see people not paying.
We do love that it's easy to get for us to get around as a group. A lot easier to get the stroller into the bus than down in the subway. So there's a lot of positives about the bus that we do like. We just wish it was a little bit faster, I guess.
I like the bus because I don't have to make any transfers when I take it, and I don't like the bus because of the traffic. It's annoying to wait for the bus if I'm trying to go somewhere and I have a deadline, because then it's stressful wondering if I'll be late.
I try to explain to them why we are late. Sometimes it's the traffic. There's nothing that we can do about it, but as long as we are there, we are willing to take them to their destination.
We've listened to our riders, and we're doing everything in our power to improve service. To start, we're redesigning every borough's bus network, bettering connections and focusing on more direct and frequent routes. In places like Staten Island and the Bronx, these changes have already made a difference, cutting down commute times and getting you where you need to go faster. We've worked with the New York City Department of Transportation to introduce more bus lanes and busways, increasing speeds by 10 to 20% on average and reducing delays. With initiatives like automated camera enforcement, we've already seen speed and safety enhancements, and there's more to come as we expand these programs. Our partnership with NYPD is enforcing fare compliance, which helps us fund bus routes that fill critical gaps and reach neighborhoods the subway doesn't. But there's more to do. While the MTA is doing its part, we ask our advocates, city, state, and federal partners to double down on their commitments and join forces to support our efforts. The status quo of slow-moving buses isn't good enough. A world-class city deserves world-class bus service. We're committed to making our buses faster, more reliable, safer, and more convenient for the riders who keep this city moving. Thank you for riding with us. Every day, over 2 million New Yorkers rely on buses, whether it's to get to work, school, to shop, or to medical appointments. For many, the bus is the best option for accessible and reliable travel. We are the largest bus system in the nation, with a fleet of nearly 6,000 buses running over 300 routes. There are neighborhoods throughout the city where the bus is the main form of mass transit, and their livelihoods depend on our buses. Alongside the subway, buses make up the backbone of our city's transportation network. But our riders face challenges. Average bus speeds continue to decline as a result of increased congestion and double parking. Every weekday, bus riders lose over 200,000 hours due to traffic. That's an average of 35 hours of time per person per year, nearly an entire work week.
I like to take the bus to the airport because it's just a more convenient and affordable way to get to the airport. They have their own bus lanes as long as other cars and vehicles adhere to not being in the bus lanes.
I like the bus because I think the bus drivers are nice. They always have a smile, they're friendly, they're helpful. I do see a lot of fare evasion. It's kind of annoying and disrespectful because I pay my fare and I'm proud to pay my fare and contribute towards the system that makes us get around, and it's annoying when you see people not paying.
We do love that it's easy for us to get around as a group. A lot easier to get the stroller into the bus than down in the subway. So there's a lot of positives about the bus that we do like. We just wish it was a little bit faster, I guess.
I like the bus because I don't have to make any transfers when I take it, and I don't like the bus because of the traffic. It's annoying to wait for the bus if I'm trying to go somewhere and I have a deadline, because then it's stressful wondering if I'll be late.
I try to explain to them why we are late. Sometimes it's the traffic. There's nothing that we can do about it, but as long as we are there, we are willing to take them to their destination.
We've listened to our riders, and we're doing everything in our power to improve service. To start, we're redesigning every borough's bus network, bettering connections and focusing on more direct and frequent routes. In places like Staten Island and the Bronx, these changes have already made a difference, cutting down commute times and getting you where you need to go faster. We've worked with the New York City Department of Transportation to introduce more bus lanes and busways, increasing speeds by 10 to 20% on average and reducing delays. With initiatives like automated camera enforcement, we've already seen speed and safety enhancements, and there's more to come as we expand these programs. Our partnership with NYPD is enforcing fare compliance, which helps us fund bus routes that fill critical gaps and reach neighborhoods the subway doesn't. But there's more to do. While the MTA is doing its part, we ask our advocates, city, state, and federal partners to double down on their commitments and join forces to support our efforts. The status quo of slow-moving buses isn't good enough. A world-class city deserves world-class bus service. We're committed to making our buses faster, more reliable, safer, and more convenient for the riders who keep this city moving. Thank you for riding with us.
Okay, we're back in session. While in executive session, the board discussed and voted affirmatively on various labor agreements. So that piece of business is done. Now I'm going to give my monthly spiel, and here we go. I do want to, again, thank the folks who spoke from the podium. Some of them, many of them old friends and folks that we work with, especially in favor of the accessibility agenda. So welcome, everybody. It has been a busy month, and we had our own October surprise. It wasn't political, but instead it was a large purple furry creature who owned the 7 train going to Citi Field with Grimace. McCarthy's a Jackson Heights boy, so he made me put this in. With Grimace, the Mets had a great run. Not as great as the Yankees, and we'll see whether that continues tonight. But let's not forget the New York Liberty, who are, for many of us, a huge milestone. Huge milestone, and you got a small feature of it. Obviously, it's like about as transit intensive a stadium as exists in the United States. So a special thanks to everybody who worked all those Liberty games in the station, the customer service folks, the NYPD, our own people, because the MTA PD patrols that station as well. And our team at the MTA is having an especially important run. If the thing will work, I will make. Okay, you got to change the. Okay. Last week we announced that we're dropping the interim from Demetrius Critchlow's title. He's the full-time president of New York City Transit. Everybody thrilled to that one, but also, not to be forgotten, Tim Mulligan taking on a newly created role as chief of the MTA's rolling stock program, and Mercida Ibrich, our full-time chief people officers. All of these folks bring incredible talent and track record to these new roles, roles that they've been, in effect, trying out for a little while. Demetrius, best subway service in 12 years. Brought the station agents out of the booths. That was, for those of us who grew up in New York, talking about the token booth clerk behind the bulletproof glass. That was important. Our customers are telling us every day they love seeing and interacting with those newly activated station agents. Developing cockpits to make sure that our bus operators are protected, and emphasizing both employee safety and also employee facilities. So much Demetrius has done already, and so much that he already is set in motion. Tim Mulligan, maybe you didn't see him every month, but Tim led the capital program through COVID. We were able to keep building all of those ADA stations because Tim figured out how to juggle the money and make sure that every project, there were 500 projects underway at C&D at the height of COVID. And none of them got stopped for more than a couple months. We had 500 projects going in 2020 by, I think it was mid-June. So to Jamie and especially to Tim, and Tim is the guy who pioneered this idea of bundling and using geography and similarity of scope to try to do the capital program more efficiently, saving time and a ton of money. And under Merceda's leadership at the People Department, it's become dramatically more efficient. When I came in, one of the chief complaints, and it was legit, was it was really hard to hire. We had an exodus during COVID of people, both through retirements and just people got sick, and they never came back to the MTA. But year to date, we filled, under Mercedes' leadership, we filled 97% of the most service-important, service-sensitive New York City Transit jobs. Bus and train operators and conductors, 97% of those classes have been filled. And we've also cut the time to hire. This was a real problem. After the transformation, when they consolidated all the people operations, time to hire started to drag badly. We've cut the time to hire 20% just in the last year, and half of the MTA agencies are in a position to deliver on, the standard that we've set, which is 90 days to hire a resume-based hire. So important progress under Mercedes' leadership at the People Department, which I think now has been stabilized and is operating pretty well. Equally important, we have implementing a strategy that I am especially passionate about, which is we're going to build the MTA from New York kids, and that we have made it a priority to have a relationship with CUNY, that we have 150 CUNY internships a year, but we're also hiring from all the other New York schools, whether it's engineers from Manhattan College, architects from City College, and St. John's, St. Francis, and on and on and on, even Columbia, even NYU. We're hiring New York kids because they get the MTA and they're interested in long-term jobs here. So what you see on the screen is an image of a meeting where I went and met with, there were 200 new interns there who we were welcoming. And we're going to keep doing this. We're going to hire the best and the brightest, but especially going to take advantage of the New York pool of talent. The bottom line from these three hires aligns with what is my favorite MTA fact, which is that we have gotten much more efficient in the past few years. Even with the increased weekend service, the off-hour service on 11 subway lines, 40% more Long Island Railroad service, operating that huge 600,000 feet, Rob? The terminal, the Grand Central Madison terminal, even with all that extra stuff, we're 3% lower in real cost than before COVID. How many government agencies can make that claim? It's something I think we all should be proud of. A large part of that success is the $400 million in savings. We call it FBR, Fiscal Baseline Reset, a weird acronym, but that is the $400 million that we promised to save without cutting service or doing layoffs as part of the deal to solve our the operating budget issue in 2023. We're on track to hit those numbers, but we're also going to push it to $500 million next year. Jay Patel, our deputy and now, in effect, co-CFO, has said it best. It is our core duty and obligation, not just to deliver service, but constantly to be looking for ways to save money and to make the MTA more efficient. But we cannot do it ourselves. We just talked about some labor agreements and work rule improvements that we're accomplishing, but we need Albany to take action, and this is sometimes lost in the sauce. In order for the operating budget to be protected, we need action on the capital budget. Why? Because if we don't have enough capital money, in order to protect the system from falling apart, to preserve state of good repair, we will have to engage in what I think would be excessive borrowing, which puts a burden on the operating budget. So, reminder to all of those, both advocates and opinionizers and ultimately legislators and electeds in Albany, that we need action on the capital budget in order to protect the operating budget. But as we invest in infrastructure, we also got to invest in people. I hope that by now that all of you have seen the new transit worker appreciation campaign that we call I Move New York. The goal is to raise awareness of what our employees do and who they are as people. They're neighbors, they're friends, they're New Yorkers, and they deserve respect and appreciation for all they do to keep the region moving. And this is especially important in an era where the world has woken up to the problem of violence against transit workers. We are down. There are fewer attacks on transit workers than there were last year, thank God. And credit to the NYPD and Michael Kemper and everybody for that. But this is a serious problem, and we don't want anyone to misunderstand. These are our neighbors, these are a part of our community, and they're public servants, and they deserve respect. So, thanks to everything we've been talking about, we do have a few more people working on the MTA, and they're great. And we're spending less, also good news. But we also have more riders. We've hit 4 million riders. That used to be the goal for Tuesday through Thursday. Now we're hitting it on Fridays. The last several weeks, 4 million on a Friday. 4 million, huge milestone. Before I came into this role in 2021, we were about half that on Fridays. So huge sign of progress. People told us back in 2021 when I stepped into this role, the subway was dead, you're going to have to cut back, there's never going to be a Friday, there's never going to be a Monday. We're people, a lot of the wise men and women out there were saying shrink service, save money. We said no way. No way. Never bet against New York. I spent 14 years on the World Trade Center, so this is like in my bloodstream. Never bet against New York. We want to run more service, we said. The rest of the country, transit service is being shrunk for these economic reasons. We said we want to run more service to make it more attractive to come back, to make it easier to access jobs and opportunity in the post-COVID era. And Albany responded, to the governor's credit and the legislature's credit, by solving the fiscal cliff and giving us operating funding. So look at where we are now. We're on track to hit 1 billion riders for the year 2024, way earlier than last year. That's going to come in a couple weeks. We'll invite you all. Randy will come. We'll do an event, but 1 billion riders, which has been the milestone for the last couple of years, is going to get hit much earlier. And it's the same on the commuter railroads. Long Island Railroad did, Rob, what was it, 281,000 weekday riders one day in September, 88% of pre-COVID for the whole month of September. Metro North, very close behind. This is what we all thought would happen when we argued for increasing service rather than cutting back service. We saw it with the trajectory of Grand Central Madison, which everybody, let's be honest, there were a lot of folks in the opinion world who poo-pooed it when we opened it. Oh, no one's going to want to come back, and Midtown is dead, yada, yada, yada. It has hit the 40% of Manhattan commuters that we projected. And the size of the crowds is real. One thing we've done in response to what we're seeing, people are not using the waiting area that we built upstairs in the concourse. So we're putting some seats in downstairs. All of a sudden, people are very happy to take advantage, and we're going to actually expand the seating to other areas of the mezzanine, learning from this success as well. Buses, truthfully, 90%. The ridership, because we actually have actual counts of how many people get on the bus, the ridership is like 90% of pre-COVID. Now, we got a problem with people paying, but again, the system is delivering and people are using it, although we cannot live in a world where people consider fare to be optional. We're dealing with that aggressively. But maybe the best of all is paratransit. I'm looking over, I see Chris, I don't see Rachel. Where's Rachel? Okay, all right. 6.8 million trips through September, 800,000 trips in September alone. One of the highest monthly totals ever. This is a system which has gotten so much better that it is attracting new riders at a pace that there is nowhere else in the transit system in America that is outpacing its pre-COVID numbers like paratransit in New York, and I give the team there enormous credit for what they've accomplished. Listen, New Yorkers aren't giving up on transit. They're doubling down. One of the most rewarding moments since the release of the capital plan has been seeing the public response. We had an open house a week or two ago, and people are galvanized. Who would have thunk it? People are excited by the idea that we're going to really invest in state of good repair, that we're going to make sure that the system does not fall apart, that this legacy we don't let go of it in any way. Conventional wisdom was that we needed bright and shiny objects, new stations, new lines, new, in order to excite people. We've learned that's not the case. New Yorkers are passionate about this system. They know what it does. They know what it can do if properly maintained and invested in. And at that open house, I think last week we talked to a lot of New Yorkers who enthusiastically support the state of good repair focus that we laid out. That was pretty exciting. It was also exciting that we had some major power players in the decision-making that will go on in Albany join us. Congressman Nadler, State Senator Liz Krueger, who's the chair of the Senate Finance Committee, Assemblymember Boris, they all co-hosted this event, which was in Grand Central Terminal, and they talked about the need to make these kinds of investments. But, you know, it's rare that we get plaudits from all ends of the spectrum, but Citizens Budget Commission, which usually gives us a, shall we say, tart commentary on our budget behaviors, was incredibly supportive. I think that was a big win. Rachel is here. Reinvent Albany, I think, spoke to the scale of the program, as did the controller, Tom DiNapoli, said, you know, you're in the ballpark of what you need. You're in the right range in terms of size. And the buildings trades who want to, you know, obviously in a world where office buildings aren't being built, and it's certainly taking a while to rev up the housing machine, although the city and the state, the governor are doing a lot to get housing built. It's going to take a while for that machine to rev up. And the unionized building industry is passionately supportive of what we're doing. But while this capital program is stated good repair oriented, it does make room for targeted expansion. The largest and most important of these projects is the IBX, the Interborough Express, which has been championed not only by this team but also by Governor Hochul. Yesterday, we issued an RFP for preliminary design and environmental assessment. We need to do the design now. Jamie and his team have done a ton of work. We need to do the design now so that we can satisfy the federal environmental process, the NEPA process. You know, we went through it for congestion pricing, but every project that needs federal funding needs to go through the NEPA process. And you need to have enough design in order to do all that analysis about impacts on transportation and socioeconomics and environmental justice communities and so on. That's why it's so important we advance this, although funding for construction still depends on the capital program. But we got to get going, the preliminary design and the environmental work, and that's what we announced we're doing yesterday. The project is going to connect communities along a 14-mile stretch. When was the last time we did a 14-mile rail project in New York? I'd like to know. Randy, you probably could tell us. Okay. Wasaic, there you go. Doing a 14-mile, the difference one is that this is going to carry somewhere between 100 and 200,000 people a day, which is a slightly bigger number. It's going to connect to 17 subway lines, 17 subway line connections at 19 different stations. So it changes the optionality for people. There are 5 million people living in Brooklyn and Queens. I said this yesterday. It makes no sense that you got to take the subway through Manhattan, except if you're right on the G train. But for most people, it means taking the subway through Manhattan, which costs you a ton of time. Let's do, like Governor Hochul always says, give people back time for family, for friends, for the other things that we all value. I'm widely sometimes credited, sometimes derided as an incurable optimist. I do believe that the congestion pricing drama will resolve successfully. We believe that the state is committed to a positive outcome. But I think generally the MTA is in a great place. People talk about, because of the controller's report a week ago, that, that the MTA's teetering. Ain't so. The MTA is in a great place heading into the legislative session. We are laying out what we need. The bill has come due for maintaining this system. The bill has come due. You got to pay the bill because we all know how important this is for the region economically, in terms of affordability, in terms of equity. But I think we are in a great spot because we've articulated what we need, we've justified it. The world of people who have respected opinions on this has spoken out, mostly in favor. And we're counting on the lawmakers to do the right thing and keep the funding going so that we can invest in the right capital improvements, to do it now, not wait for it to fall apart, and that we don't have to have the operating budget start to go out of whack just to maintain a state of good repair. So I've said this, but I am truly optimistic. We have been delivering better, more service, better service, and we can do more, which will deliver more for New Yorkers who we serve every day. More connectivity, more opportunity, more affordability. Transit is the one thing that makes New York affordable. God knows everything else is expensive. Transit is a great value, and we need to deliver people back the time to spend on the things that make life really special. So I'm thrilled that we are in this position. Finally, you know, the hopeful looking forward to what's going to happen in Albany come the new year is where I wanted to end, but I cannot finish without acknowledging another milestone, which is to bid Sandra Bloodworth. Where are you, lady? Sandra Bloodworth, the chief of MTA Arts and Design for so many years, a really, really fond farewell. Sandra retired last month after an incredible 30-plus year career. Everybody knows the great art in our system, along with the great poetry and the great music under New York and so much else, is because, in large part, of what Sandra did. So I just want to both acknowledge Sandra, who's already retired but came back today. Thank you for being here. And she's a New York superstar, as evidenced by the fact that the Municipal Arts Society, the MAS, is honoring her with their Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis Award, and she's getting the award along with, get this, Yoko Ono and Patti Smith. So that's a pretty big deal. Sandra, congratulations, Godspeed, and we'll try to keep up the legacy. Thank you. So with that brings me to a conclusion. Let me hand it off to Chief Customer Officer Shanifa Riera. Other important progress at the MTA has been in the area of customer communications. Used to be the customer communications at the MTA was stereotyped as those incomprehensible and inaudible subway announcements. It's a different MTA now. Shanifa.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Lieber. As you mentioned, since the last board update, the customer team has been hard at work on ways that we can better improve our communication with our customers, which is our main ultimate goal. Gone are the days of the MTA flooding your inbox with unnecessary repetitive service disruption messages or plastering the subway walls with scheduling changes and posters that has nothing to do with your journey, or even waiting 13 minutes to speak to a customer service agent. Over the last year, we've made great progress in so many areas, one of which is launching the new MTA app for transit riders, or generating topic-specific newsletters like the G Train and soon the Rockaway line. Publishing culturally and geographically relevant digital and print campaigns, which is so important. Streamlining service alerts information and improving the audio announcements, which you just mentioned. And of course, conducting consistent, predictable in-station outreach events, which really goes a long way for our customers, those that are in critical need and need access to some of our reduced fare or fair fare products and information. This work would not be possible without a great team, and with me today I have 3 of our 4 senior directors, which McCarthy coined the Bro-Row. Each of them would walk through some of our recent accomplishments, their priorities, and ways in which they are improving the customer experience. So first up, Kevin Call, Senior Director of Service Communication.
Thank you, Shanifa, and thank you, Chair Lieber and members of the board. I'm Kevin Call, Senior Director of Service Communications. First, I'd like to, let's see, is this presentation ready? I can't see it. Oh, there it is. Great. Spotlight the work of the Digital Communications Unit. The primary mission of the DCU is to tell New Yorkers how the subway and bus system is functioning, which is no small feat. You're familiar with their work if you've ever heard about how service is running from the website, from social media, from text messages, our apps, third-party apps, or you heard it on the TV or the radio. This is the team that generates that information. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this team operates on incredible scale. In the last 12 months, they've issued nearly 48,000 subway service alerts and more than 25,000 bus alerts. When they're not doing that, they're also the primary digital customer care team for New York City Transit, where we've had more than 125,000 conversations with customers in the last 12 months. Because customers alert us to any possible issue that could come up, we've also developed real expertise for helping customers resolve issues they see along their journey, developing pathways within the agency to escalate things to the right business unit for remediation. Customers know this and they trust this team because they bring us issues over and over again because they know the DCU gets results. We're now extending that expertise, let's see, there we go, the delay. Extending that expertise to MTA employees. So until recently, many back of house employees, think finance, legal, HR, IT, haven't had a simple way to report customer-facing issues that need addressing. That is until the DCU partnered with IT and customer experience to build this new web app that employees can use to submit items that need to get fixed. We all use a system to commute to work. Sometimes you see things that need addressing, and we now have a simple way for employees to report that. And each report becomes a ticket that goes directly to the business unit that is responsible for remediating the condition, whatever that is. So now every MTA employee can partner with us to maintain the customer environment. And we'll take what we learned from this experience and use what we learn here to make a better customer feedback form at contact.mta.info. Next, let's talk about the MTA app. In March, we released a brand new mobile experience for our customers, replacing the My MTA app. Customer feedback has been hugely positive. The app has 4.3 and 4.5 star ratings in the Apple and Google App Stores, up from 2.2 and 3.3 for My MTA. AAR customers can book rides directly from the app, and daily usage is up since March, which is great news. We've been regularly releasing feature updates in response to customer feedback, and we have some major features in the works coming soon, including later this year or early next. We plan to bring in-app customer chat to the MTA app to match what Chris's team does for the railroads and train time. Expect more to come on that topic soon. Next, let's talk about our continually developing text alert and email newsletter program. In April, we launched elevator and escalator alerts and bridge and tunnel alerts in our new text alert system. And we've been launching new project-specific newsletters to complement our flagship newsletter, The Weekender. This summer, customers could subscribe to our G-Train newsletter, where we kept you up to date on service changes, construction progress, and G-Train history, trivia, and facts, courtesy of the Transit Museum. And customer response was very, very positive. They loved it. Every week we got emails saying how much they appreciated the information. Shout out here to Amy Plitt and Shanika Henry, who have built this program from the ground up. And finally, let's talk about service maps. So when I was with you last October, we talked about the service diversion maps here you see on the left, these two maps, where we call out specific weekend service changes in detail. Think if there's a bus bridge or a major reroute. And then shortly after, we debuted, it's maybe a bit hard to see here, but on the right is the weekend service map, and that launched in November and went live on every screen every weekend. That shows, at a glance, all of the major service changes happening in the system for that weekend. This week, we took the next step, which is we have a new weekday service diagram that shows weekday service and a late night service diagram that displays overnight on digital screens. As you know, late night service is a bit different than weekday service. Some trains aren't running, and we want to make sure we have a map on screens that reflects that. So now we show a weekday diagram during weekdays, a late night diagram overnight, and a weekend map on weekends. And we just think that makes sense. This project was a big team effort that touched many parts of the organization, including the mapping unit within marketing production. Thank you, Gene. MTIT helped us get this update released on screens. And we partnered with our friends at OP again to make this happen, along with the Service Information Group. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Chris Papandreou.
Thank you, Kevin. Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the board, I'm very pleased to be here and tell you that this month marks the 3-year anniversary of the creation of the agency-wide customer services team, one of the MTA's more successful transformation stories. The hallmark of the plan was the consolidation of the most important customer services functions under one umbrella: the customer engagement team, the customer contact center, and executive correspondence unit, and quality assurance. We feel like we're really hitting our stride here in 2024 as it edges closer to the end. As I've mentioned to you before, our success is the byproduct of the outstanding professionals we've brought together. This is a versatile group, which is now routinely deployed as a valuable resource across the MTA. Since my last update to this board, we've had made even more strides by improving the customer experience at our contact centers as wait times continue to improve while servicing 1.3 million contacts. Also, expanding our partnerships with outside agencies on important outreach efforts and using Cassie, our new Salesforce CRM system, to bring our customers' concerns and trending topics to operating departments and external partners. Perhaps even more impressive is that New York City Transit had more than 785,000 contacts, and for the first time in memory, wait times for callers to the New York City Transit Contact Center are about 1 minute and 53 seconds. It's under a minute at the railroads, eclipsing the industry average of 4 minutes. As a reminder, when we took over back in 2021, the transformation, wait times exceeded 13-minute averages. So this is a huge, huge development. And as I mentioned last year, that chat is one of the fastest growing communication channel customers are using to talk to us. Our Long Island Railroad Contact Center began answering train time chat in 2018. Metro North began responding to chat in mid-2023. In April of this year, we forged a new collaboration with the TCU so that all Metro North reps are now answering chat. Chat volume increased by 25% to 81,000 train time chat interactions last year. On the left of the slide, you'll notice a digital ad that was part of our soft launch of a new subway onboard texting program, which began this past June at our New York City Transit Contact Center, with the introduction of digital messaging on board train cars, allowing our customers to contact us via text at 212 MTA Info. Since June, we handled close to 1,000 texts. Just as a reminder, though, that daily volume is growing as word keeps getting out. So our customer engagement team also made significant strides. Average days to case resolution in 2024 continued to improve. 55% faster at the Long Island Railroad, 35% faster at Metro North, 11% faster at New York City Transit when compared to last year. The majority of cases handled by customer engagement staff for all three agencies are closed within 1 or 2 days. In the past, that used to be way over a week, so very proud of that accomplishment. Our customer engagement team has also contributed to building reports based on the QR codes being added to Long Island Railroad and Metro North restrooms for expedited reporting of restroom conditions, which we all know is a longstanding concern. As we continue to improve cohesiveness as a new department, I'm happy to report the Long Island Railroad and Metro North managerial positions in the customer engagement team were rewritten, integrated, and updated to encompass correspondence and reporting responsibilities for both railroads, expanding skill sets and charting a path forward for further staff development. In addition to our Transit Talk and Connect With Us events, we continue to host monthly recurring station-based tabling events. At these events, our stations department sets up staging areas at specific customer service centers where we collaborate with New York City Department of Social Services, Human Resources Administration staff who assist with applications and answer questions about the Fair Fares program. The total number of enrolled Fair Fares customers now exceeds 357,000. When the program launched in 2019, only about 30,000 were enrolled. We are very proud of our collaboration and partnership with the city. Additionally, we got creative with a pilot this year by using a team of remarkable CUNY students to assist our group station managers at their outreach events by engaging customers about Omni, as well as fare discount programs, Fair Fares, and MTA Reduced Fare. Working closely with our colleagues in the marketing department, thanks Gene, and our interns also wrote a script and starred in a training video for future intern outreach teams. We are playing a vital role in expanding self-serve options for customers to apply for the Fair Fares program. We are currently in the process of installing iPad-equipped kiosks at customer service center locations throughout the system. Fair Fares New York City is a city program created to help New Yorkers manage their transportation costs, and hoping that by the end of the year, we'll have that ready to go. Our team continues to improve the quality of customer interactions by reviewing calls, emails, and chat. And the feedback often results in process improvements across the agencies. This year, we also began utilizing our existing assets, our contact center and our CRM systems, to promote Omni initiatives. Our innovative program to engage customer service staff is in self-improvement through role-playing groups continues to realize benefits for our productivity. We also assisted with the Eagle team training this summer by implementing role-playing scenarios. In conclusion, we are continuing to evolve at an impressive pace. A cohesion has developed that results in each of our units leaning into the talent pool of the other to leverage our abilities to get a longer reach. We plan to continue on this trajectory, and we are excited for the opportunity to continue updating you on our progress going forward. And as a reminder, there are so many ways to get in touch with the MTA, now more than ever in our history. We'd love to continue hearing from you on matters that are important to you. Thank you, and now I'd like to turn things over to my esteemed colleague, the great Gene Ribeiro.
Thank you, Chris, the great Gene Ribeiro. Good morning to you, Chair Lieber, also to our board members, and of course to our senior management team. Again, I'm Gene Ribeiro, the Senior Director of Marketing and Creative Services here at the MTA, and I am thrilled to stand before you representing a diverse and hardworking team that works diligently to push out the best and most creative communications that we can fabricate here at the MTA. With that said, let's get to know the team. Our division functions as the MTA's internal advertising agency. You can almost consider us the madmen and women of the government and transportation world. We're a family of 85 talented employees with specialties that span across marketing disciplines. These specialties include graphic design, video, 3D animation, copywriting, content creation, mapping, production, project management, and of course, distribution. We leverage our powers for good to communicate regionally across all MTA modes equitably and responsibly. This includes messaging on buses, subways, commuter rails, bridges, tunnels, and so on. Our job is to reach customers where they are at various points along their journey. There's no one way to split the communication apple, so we pretty much take an omni-channel approach. We will leverage print, digital, social media, the web, customer engagement opportunities, whatever we can do to get a message to you, we'll do our part. Our mission is to leverage the talents and touch points that we have right here at the MTA to provide clear, creative, and engaging communications. Some of our notable accomplishments in 2024, We've built communications that have been published at over 10,000 screens across the MTA digital network. This gives us the agility to plug and play messaging at a moment's notice. We've also creatively executed over 1,000 projects annually, and we're well on track once again this year. Now, a project can equate to many elements that make up full campaigns spanning from, across channels, targeted messages, supportive service communications with my colleague Kevin Call and his team, or lending a hand to my running mate Chris Papandreou when his team meets and greets customers face to face. I also can't sing the praises loud enough for our print shop facilities out in Red Hook, Brooklyn, and also in Hillside, who have produced nearly 18 million customer-facing pieces this year alone. All of this is done in the effort to meet and greet and discuss critical topics with 6 million daily customers. Some of our priority messages include, as you can see here on the screen, safety and security content, fare evasion messaging, service information, branding and customer campaigns, information related to discount programs such as fares, reduced fare, and of course, our tap and go payment option, Omni. We'll also communicate to customers about any of the accessible travel details that we can provide to help them get from point A to point B. And we'll, of course, keep customers informed of any improvements that we're making in the system and any new construction that's happening. I'll now speak to our reach. We really work hard to build cohesive brand messaging. We translate vital communications into a number of languages to meet customers across communities. And of course, we leverage internal resources wherever we can to gain efficiencies where possible. I'll give you a quick example here. If you look on the screen, you'll see an image of a strip map that is positioned on the 2 train. What we used to do was outsource this type of work because we didn't have the equipment to actually produce it in-house. That came at quite a cost, but thanks to the support of our New York City Transit president, Demetrius Critchlow, we were able to obtain the equipment that we need to actually bring that type of work in-house. So we're going to be able to realize almost $1 million in savings in terms of producing these types of pieces for customers to understand where they are along their journey. This isn't just about me. It's not about Chris. It's not about Kevin or Shanifa. It's about the full team. We have the full team here representing the Customer Communications Tower here in the audience. And we can't thank you enough for your tireless efforts, your hard work, everything that you do on the day-to-day to make sure that customers are informed. With that said, I'm going to pass the baton back to our esteemed leader, Shanifa Riera.
Thank you, Gene. And again, huge thank you to the customer team. If you can stand, even though Gene referenced you, for again, your tireless work in dealing with our customers, which oftentimes and sometimes can feel like it is a thankless job, but thank you so much. And to continue the thank you train, thank you to the operating presidents for your collaboration and your support in making a lot of this possible. And we are, as I mentioned in our meetings, a tool and a resource to you, and I look forward to the continued partnership. But of course, no customer presentation would be complete without a customer video. So if you can indulge us for one more minute and take a look at our video that we've produced. Thanks.
Social media posts, printed subway signs. There's one thing they all share in common: the MTA's customer communications team. This multi-talented group works hard to keep New Yorkers informed. We have a team that relays crucial and time-sensitive service information 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Print shops and a distribution team, call center, translation team, and a customer outreach team. On weekends, when you see an updated map, know that our mapping team worked tirelessly to get that in place. We have a web team, a newsletter crew, and even a social media team that's focused on system updates, as opposed to the latest dance craze. Sometimes this team wins awards, like our graphic design team and our video animation team. This video may not be one of those award-winning ones, but you can't win them all. We take pride in the work that we do. Our communities matter to you, and they matter to us. So the next time you see something on a screen, on a bus, some info that gets you to your destination a little easier, you'll know that there's a group of keyboard warriors hard at work behind the screens. And if you ever have a question or comment, or need a helping hand, our customer communications team is here to help. Here's some of the ways you can reach us. Thanks for riding with us.
Basic stuff, but how we touch New Yorkers has really gotten a heck of a lot better under this team's leadership, and I just want to acknowledge it one more time. So well done, guys. Questions and comments from the board? I see Mr. Jones, Sammy Chu, others.
So
Go ahead.
I can't tell you how pleased I am about the efforts you're making around fair fares. I've been at this for 10 years on fair fares, along with our partners, Riders Alliance, and to see the kind of movement you're making is really heartening. We've done polling, however, and I hope you focused on those communities, particularly low-income communities, where the pickup rate isn't as high as we'd like, but also many of the ethnic communities out there who we show haven't got enough information. So particularly if you're putting in devices where people can self-certify, I hope you focus particularly on those communities so we can increase the numbers to the hundreds of thousands still who are eligible but are not taking advantage of it.
Yes, we are, as Chris, mentioned in detail, we are committed to ensuring that everyone who is qualified or is aware of the program, and we are using our customer service centers to self-enroll, but through our pop-up operation and customer engagement, we are going to, again, use our roving team to really penetrate and focus on those neighborhoods, and as well as using the use of our digital screens, as well as posters to drive people to those locations so they can enroll as well.
Mr. Chu.
I just want to quickly, in a time where I'm constantly boggled by how terrible customer service experience is as a consumer, just as myself, ranges from atrocious to completely unusable. I just think it's sort of remarkable that, to go from a 13-minute wait time to under 2 minutes. And this, we just heard a little while ago about the efficiencies and the savings that we're seeing as a public agency, compared to the trends that are happening, in the private sector where companies are just de-investing in consumer service. It's really great. It's terrific.
Thank you again, Shanifa, and thank you to all the leaders and to everybody who's part of that amazing team. Really, really an honor to work with all of you, so keep going. With that, on to another important piece of business and what we do, the capital program. I remind everybody we're doing capital program amendments. This is something that we have made a practice of doing routinely and regularly, and today is just such a day. Steve Lohr.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Stephen Lord, Deputy Chief Development Officer at MTA Construction and Development. Today I'll be presenting 3 capital plan amendments for your consideration. As you know, it's become our standard practice, consistent with the recommendation of the 2019 Crow Forensic Audit, that we undertake these plan amendments on an annual basis. This ensures we keep the most up-to-date information about project timing, budgets, and funding available, incorporate newly emerging priority needs, and conduct other necessary administrative adjustments to the capital program. So first, the proposed amendment to the 2010 to 14 capital plan reduces this plan envelope by $143 million from $31.7 to $31.6 billion. This reflects savings primarily realized in completed bridges and tunnels projects, and also repurposes an additional $224 million in savings in the New York City Transit Sandy program to fund additional Sandy-related investments at the Culver Yard. Second, the proposed amendment to the 2015 to 19 capital plan reduces this plan envelope by $294 million from $33.9 to $33.6 billion. This also reflects savings realized in completed B&T projects, as well as formally incorporates funding received from Amtrak and from New Jersey Transit for their contributions to the Long Island Railroad Penn Station Concourse project. And then lastly, we have a proposed letter amendment to the 2020 to 24 capital plan, which increases that plan envelope by 121 million from 55.4 to 55.6 billion. This is to formally incorporate dedicated funding provided by New York State and US DOT for the design of the Interborough Express, as well as funding provided by Amtrak and New Jersey Transit for their contributions to the design of Penn reconstruction. So quick summary, the full staff summaries are available in your board books, and today we're requesting both board approval for these amendments as well as authorization to submit them to the Capital Program Review Board in accordance with Public Authorities Law. So submit these for your consideration and vote. Happy to take any questions you have.
I'll make, since it involves repurposing money that was saved on projects, again, another tradition that we've inaugurated, pretty good stuff. I will make the motion. May I have a second? Mr. Herbst is second. And comments or questions from the board before we take a vote? Anybody want to comment on this? Midori, Midori Valdivia.
Hi, I have a question. So I see it's an additional 58.3 million for the IBX project to this existing capital plan. What is the scope of work that can be completed with $58.3 million?
So that's just to start advancing the preliminary engineering for the project, and the full design and portions of the construction is be part of the 25 to 29 plan.
Okay, but right now it's just for preliminary engineering, is that what I heard? Okay.
By way of clarification, this is what we're doing is the design that's minimum in order to complete the environmental review process, which
Okay.
will give us an opportunity to qualify for federal funding. So you got to get this going if you want to get the money out of the big federal programs.
And you mentioned that this is a letter amendment in 2020, 2024. Can you clarify what that means, please?
Just meaning we don't prepare a full book because there's only changes to 2 or 3 lines.
Anybody else wishing to be heard? Mr. Garodnik.
Just one point of clarification. So some of these are amendments to prior capital plans, including the one from 2010 to 2014. What's left in the 2010 to 2014 capital program? What percentage of the projects from that plan are already completed?
So, so going back to 10 to 14, we're 94% committed, 85% completed. But a big portion of that is the work for Sandy that was added after that plan was first approved, and the entire Sandy program has been administered under that plan since. So we've generated, as we're doing today with this Culver Yard project, we've generated savings and created new projects, 10 years after the fact. So that's all that's left. The non-Sandy portions of that plan, it's 97% committed, so just some reserves and cleanup. And then the 15 to 19 plan, which is obviously more recent, we're 91% committed on that plan, so they're nearing the end of the line for both.
Anybody else? Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? Okay, the capital program amendments carried. Thank you all. And thank you to Steve. I should have acknowledged this is Steve's maiden voyage as Tim Mulligan's replacement as Deputy Chief Development Officer. So welcome, Steve. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody.
With that, I'll move to our routine business, the September board meeting minutes. And from the board meeting and also from the committee meetings have been distributed. Any corrections or omissions? Hearing none, the minutes are approved as distributed. Mr. Mack, would you speak for the Bridges and Tunnels Committee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Bridges and Tunnels met on Monday, and we have nothing to report and no things. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herbst, report from the railroads, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is one non-competitive procurement for positive train control data radios for $3.8 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Mack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
This concludes the Joint Railroad Committee reports, Chairman.
Ms. Mahaltzis, thank you for reminding us that this month remains. We were still in Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Seriously, thank you for highlighting that. And I'd ask you for the Transit Committee report.
You're very welcome, Mr. Chair. The New York City Transit Committee met Monday and reports the following. There are 4 actions for the proposed estimated expenditure of $20.9 million. The committee discussed these procurements. However, a quorum of the members was not present. Today, the committee seeks approval from the full board.
Okay, so I'll make the motion. May I have a second? Mr. Chu. All in favor of the items? Aye. Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved.
This concludes the New York City Transit Committee report.
Mr. Jones, doing service as the Audit Committee Chair, would you?
Chair Lieber, the Audit Committee met Monday and reports the following. There are 2 items for board approval: the appointment of external auditors and the second quarter MTA consolidated financial statements. The committee discussed and accepted these items. However, a quorum of members was not present. Today, I move the items for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaltzis. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
This concludes the Audit Committee report.
Deputy Mayor Joshi, may we have the Capital Committee report?
Capital Program Committee met on Monday and reports the following. Construction and Development has 5 actions for a total of $150.7 million. Included in this package are 3 contract modifications, a competitive RFP, 1 ratification of a completed procurement. The committee recommends that these items, and I move them.
Okay. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Lopez. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention?
Mr. Chairman, I ask that I be recused from item number 4.
Okay. Duly noted. Thank you. Otherwise, unanimous and the items carry.
And this concludes the Capital Program Committee.
Thank you. Moving on to Finance Committee, Board Member Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. The Finance Committee met on Monday and has a brief report besides the aforementioned sandwich gate that occurred on Monday.
You saw the efficiencies.
The procurement agenda includes 1 modification for a total of $500,000. The committee recommends these items. And I move it.
All right. Is there a second as to the item, not the sandwich business? All right. Ms. Mahaltzis, seconds.
And,
all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item carries.
Thank you. And there are no other action items related to real estate.
Okay. With
so
that,
that concludes the report.
That brisk walk through our business, we have completed the agenda. May I have a motion to adjourn? Dr. Rizzo, thank you. A second. Ms. Lopez, all in favor? We are in adjournment. Thank you. out of the improvements to customer communications, which really matter to our riders. The difference between spending a minute waiting to get someone on the phone with an MTA problem and waiting 13 minutes when we inherited this system a couple of years ago, I think that's pretty dramatic. Rising ridership, I've been talking about Long Island Railroad being at 88% of pre-COVID during the month of September, and Metro North not far behind. Yesterday, a subway record, 4.4 million riders on the subway, the most since COVID. So another reason for really real optimism. And I read Politico, Rye. I actually read it this morning, and I read about the state of New York. I mean, we're going to Albany with the capital program pretty soon. The state of New York has now revised its projection for the next 5 years, I believe, and said it's $2 billion. The state revenues have been so positive that they've added $2 billion in projected revenue per year, which is obviously very good news for the MTA and our capital program going into the next legislative session. So a lot of cause for optimism. You saw some of the optimism yesterday with our IBX announcement as well. So we're feeling pretty good about where things are headed, where they are, and we have a great new. Where is Demetrius? Hiding over back there. New superstar joining superstar Kathy and Rob on the leadership team. So, Tim, with that, let's hear everything.
All right,
negative.
sir, you know the rule. If you name check somebody in the opening comments, we go right to Rye Rivard of Politico, who is joining us in person. Rye.
Thank you. On maybe non-positive, thanks. Just if congestion pricing, is unpaused somehow, how ready are we? Are the cameras up? Can we just flip it on, or what? Besides the legal stuff, physically, is it ready to go or not?
Yeah. Well, the cameras have been ready for some time. The back office is the other thing that we've been that is a big piece of that equation, and we had to kind of put it on put the back office team, because there are thousands of people who are working on pause. So we need to get that fully up and running, but we're confident that we can. We have the folks who run that standing at the ready to restart that effort. But the cameras are very much working, and the back of office is going to be ready to go.
All right, we move along to Nolan Hicks of your New York Magazine. Nolan.
Right, I would just say not only the back of office, but all the sort of more detailed work, like who qualifies for exemptions and discounts. All of that work is also in solid shape to be able to be ready when congestion pricing is unpaused, assuming that happens.
I think it was a May presentation when you guys announced you would be piloting the new fare gates at 15 stations before the end of the year. We're very close to the end of the year. Where is that?
Jamie, nearby, you want to take that one?
Nolan is having a flashback to when we demonstrated those fare gates. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, he's been working out. He's been working out.
So the big picture is the 25 to 29 capital plan contains $1.1 billion for us to be able to bring new fare gates to a significant part of the system. We actually project that we can get to covering 75% of ridership at the stations we'll be able to deploy in that program. We're in the midst of a procurement, and we're in those initial stages of pre-qualifying vendors for that. We are also looking at some pilot gates, working some kinks out through them, and expect to be able to deploy some components before the end of the year. But the big stuff is getting these pre-qualified vendors to prototypes next year and then deploying throughout the whole system.
That doesn't really sound like new fare gates at 15 stations.
We're working through some kinks with some technology that we want to pilot, and we'll give you some more news on that soon.
Broadly speaking, you guys have been talking about how important it is to have better control who's coming in and out of the subway stations as a way to improve quality of life underground, as a way to improve security. BART is moving ahead at warp speed. The Philadelphia subway system, SEPTA, is moving with this at warp speed, and it seems like here it just keeps getting caught up in more and more and more internal bureaucratic mishigas. Why?
Okay, so I reject the premise of the question in honor of Pat Foy. So, listen, we just disagree. We have we're talking about a huge procurement, a huge change. All the different systems that we're talking about would have to be made compatible with Cubic. There are technical complexities to that, and in the meantime, we are like nobody can be mistaken about our commitment to push back on fare evasion with what we've done in terms of the deployment of gate guards, what we've done in terms of the changes of the technology of the existing, albeit flawed, turnstiles, the way we are, for the first time, and credit Demetrius, who came into this job even as interim and began aggressively to push back on bus fare evasion. We're all about pushing back on fare evasion. Technology is definitely part of it. I'll leave to you. You get to make value judgments, but I don't agree with that one about, although the use of the Yiddish is very welcome. Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Settle down in the crowd. Settle down. All right, in the mezzanine, we got Newton Jones Burkett III from Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Timothy. Mr. Lieber, I think the statistics indicate that overall crime in transit is trending lower, down 6% year over year. Most major categories, it's gone down, in some cases by a lot. But a stubborn exception to that appears to be murder. You had a murder that took place overnight in Coney Island in the transit system, and now the murder rate is up 80% year over year. First of all, what do you make of that, and to what extent is MTA assisting in trying to solve this crime?
Yeah. So you're right. Ask the key question is like what's being done right now. The good news is because of some changes that we've made in the last year, we now have even more cameras. We had cameras on the car, the subway car, where this fight between two people, we're not sure how they knew each other. That'll come out, but. We have cameras on that car. We had cameras on the platform. We had cameras nearby the station. So all of that is being looked at by the NYPD. The history of the small number, you talk about the number of murders. It's single-digit numbers of murders, but the history on murders is the NYPD does find the culprit, and in almost every case, there are people who knew each other and had a beef. So what I want to say to New Yorkers is, focus on, we are all focused on this, but we're also focused on bringing down crime in general, especially crime between where, the perpetrator doesn't know the victim. That's what New Yorkers are concerned about. I think we're making progress on that. But as for this particular episode, we're going to get him. And anytime there's a crime of violence in the system, we take that incredibly seriously. And we're sure the NYPD is going to pick the guy up.
80% is a big jump.
When you're right, Newt, but there's also just the reality. If you're talking about single digits, there are swings. But when you have any murder, any single murder is a serious thing. We have to get those people out. The good news, I believe, is the criminal justice system seems to be waking up to the reality that they have to deal a little bit more aggressively with crime in transit. There was a guy who attacked somebody he did not know. And thank God the Brooklyn DA got a 10-year sentence on him. And that has not been happening in all of these transit crime cases. Too many of them get knocked down to misdemeanors, especially when it involves an attack on a police officer or an MTA worker. That shouldn't happen. And we're glad to see the criminal justice system is waking up, that there need to be real consequences.
All right, straight in the front row in the center, Dave Colon is with us from Streets Blog. Dave, good afternoon.
Thanks, Tim. Hi, Jana. On terms of ridership, a lot of the percentages of pre-pandemic ridership are based on these McKinsey projections that we got once, we got twice. I'm curious if the MTA is wedded to these current projections that obviously they top out at 80% of ridership returning by 2026. Is the agency thinking of doing them again? Do they think they need to do them again? What is the future of us tracking this stuff?
So I'll say that deference to Nolan. That's not only a fair question; it's a good question. We are actually sort of putting aside the McKinsey projections, which were made right back, originally at the height of COVID. They were updated, but very much still in the COVID era. And we're redoing the projections for the 5-year financial plan based on the actuals and the patterns that we have seen. So we're sort of letting go of the McKinsey model as our guide, in effect, and setting projections that are based. And you'll see that reflected in the new financial plan. It's not necessarily going to be a dramatic change, but we're drawing our own conclusions based on what we're seeing.
And that would come out in November? Or
yeah,
December?
so November. You'll see it in the November financial plan, which is voted on in December, right, Kevin? Yeah.
And then I wanted to ask, reInvent Albany had a press release about this today. The state share of the 2020 to 24 capital plan hasn't been delivered, the majority of it. This seems to be something that's happened in the 2015 to 19 plan. The state always seems to be giving its share of the money last. Why is that, and does the MTA feel like, given that the state is a pretty stable partner in all of this, should the state be giving the money first?
In fairness, the money, it almost doesn't matter where the money comes from. We just need it when we got to pay contractors and pay for projects, and that has not been emerged as a problem. So usually at the beginning of capital programs, there's kind of a deal in rough terms about whose money goes in at what stage. And I think the parties are roughly adhering to that, not perfectly, but they're roughly adhering to that. And when we get the actual cash money on the barrel is not an issue for the MTA right now. We are able to pay all the contractors for all the projects that are underway. And we'll definitely let you and everybody know if that the cash flow issues become a problem.
So there's no work that isn't happening because
there's no work. There's the question of who coughs up when and time value of money to different entities. Those are mostly negotiated as part of the capital program in advance.
All right, let's stay on finance with Michelle Kasky over there from Bloomberg News. Michelle.
Hi, Jano. In piggybacking on Raja's question, if the actual tolling structure were to be tweaked a bit, changed a little bit, what is the next step with that in terms of, would that need to go back to the federal government for its approval? They had to approve the $15.
Yeah, I don't. It's not useful for me to for us to engage in hypotheticals because we don't know what, if any, change would be contemplated. So, generally speaking, you are correct that if the tolling structure is changed, the feds need to say, okay, but what would be required in that process and what would be the proposal are still unknowns.
But it is possible. There's a possibility that the state and MTA could be very much under crunch time if you wanted to get congestion pricing up and running before a certain date in January.
If the state's ready to get congestion pricing up and running, the MTA board's been very clear that we're ready to get it up and running. So that I just want to be clear about that. But
there will be hurdles that you have to.
It's not fair to engage in hypotheticals. The feds require different types of information for different types of submissions. We did 4,000 pages for the environmental assessment originally. The reevaluation, which was the submission of our exact tolling structure, when it was a much lighter level of detail. It was only 200 pages.
And how long did that take?
It was a couple. It was a back and forth process that took a couple months. But I just don't know what. It's just not useful for me to speculate on what we would be proposing in the scenario you're talking about and what the feds would require. It's just I can't do that right now.
All right, let's move on to the Zoom equipment where we're joined by Alfonso Castillo of Newsday. He's out east. Alfonso, undisclosed location. You're up.
Hello, sorry I can't be there today. Jano, I had a couple of questions related to your remarks before the meeting, talking about adding seating at Grand Central Madison. First one, if you could provide any specifics as far as how many seats, where will they go, what's the timeline for them, and what
No.
else?
I don't want to disappoint you, but
cost.
I, you know, I acknowledge that I had read Politico this morning. I also read Newsday. It inspired me tremendously, it's premature to say exactly. We're looking at the other areas where the escalators land. You know, where we put the new seating in one area that's particularly busy, where the escalators land down on the mezzanine. We're looking at the other areas. It's just premature for me to say to you, I know how many seats and exactly where they'll go. But we like what, you know, Alfonso. Just to recap, obviously, the way that the terminal, that portion of the terminal was designed, anticipated that people would use the seating area in the concourse. That has not proved out to be the case. People seem to like to get much closer to the train while they're waiting. But you know, it's commuters, so they're not. It's not like an Amtrak station where people come and wait for half an hour or more. They're short waits, but we're going to put additional seating closer to the train on the mezzanine, and we're looking at locations that would accommodate something maybe in the same order of magnitude as what we did in that one area so far.
As a follow-up to that, obviously there's a perception, a lot of people I talked to in my story on this, or an assumption that the reason there isn't more plentiful seating, both in Grand Central Madison and Penn Station, Moynihan, which I know is not your purview, is, again, the perception at least that it is driven by concerns over the homeless. Can you address those and also address, if not that, what are some of the factors that go into whether and where seating is located in a station?
Honestly, I'm just not going to speculate. You know, I saw what we inherited a design when I got involved with, you know, what was then called East Side Access that had been done some time before, and we've added some seating. It is, Alfonso, you know, I think it's your obligation and mine to acknowledge that it is a commuter railroad station, that the average duration of a commuter's wait for a train is, you know, more in the seconds than in the minutes. People know exactly how long it takes to get to the train, including, you know, navigating the escalator system and so on. So it's not like an old-fashioned New York Central station where people come, you know, an hour in advance of the train. So generally, it's not a seating-intensive environment, and but we're trying to accommodate, especially if there are people with mobility issues, to make sure that they can have somewhere to be comfortable.
If you direct your attention, sir, to the Interborough Express balcony over there, we've got Julia Joseph from News 12 Brooklyn, who's got a question. Julia.
Just for the record, News 12 Brooklyn is the default channel on my television, and I always enjoy a little bit.
Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Okay, so my question, back to the subway safety. At Coney Island and Stowell Avenue, there were 16 reported incidents so far this year at or around that station. My question is, how is the MTA going to respond to that so we don't see those numbers continuing to rise as we saw last night?
Well, number one, Julia, I think you know this, the NYPD is responsible for policing and safety in the subway system, and they've done a great job in pushing down citywide crime in the transit system. We're down 12% versus pre-COVID. We're down versus last year. So that's good news. They're also really intense about, just like they do CompStat for all crimes, the transit police do CompStat for particular areas. They look at every crime, every incident. And I don't know the specific numbers for Stillwell, which is in Coney Island, but you can be damn sure that if there is a pattern, that the NYPD has responded both in terms of uniformed officers and plainclothes. For many moons, we had an overnight operation at Stillwell. We're still really, really active there. It's transit police intensive zone. And I don't see Chief Kemper. Chief, do you want to add to that? Come on up.
So I can't speak to the specific volume of crime at that particular station, but just to jump on what the chair mentioned, it's also important to recognize that the transit district is in that station. It's the home station for Transit District 34. So if any station gets more presence of police, it's Stillwell in Coney Island just because of that. But just coming from the NYPD, and if I put my old hat on it, the chairman is spot on. Deployment is data-driven. And that station in particular does get a lot of attention. And also to touch on what the chairman said, that's an end-of-line location also where we do end-of-line operations, where we work with the homeless and the mentally ill, the NYPD working with clinicians, DHS, and other social partners like that. So,
I mean, I don't know the stats, but you, Julie, you know that
Well,
this is a station that has, I think, five. I just can't quote offhand, but it has like 5 different lines coming in, a huge volume of service, a lot of people. But we have to look at those numbers in light of what the historical trend is. Overall, the historical trend is down, 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 and that's where we're going to keep going.
But aside from the NYPD, what can the MTA do?
What the MTA does is we work closely with the NYPD. I just want to make sure that you and your viewers get the clear picture. The NYPD is responsible for safety and policing in the transit system. What we do is we put cameras all over the station and put cameras inside the trains. A year ago, there was no camera inside a train car other than the brand new ones, the couple brand new ones on the subway. Today, they're 90%, this is news, of the train cars in the system have cameras on the inside. We retrofitted all of them in barely a year. Well done, Demetrius. And that enables us to catch perpetrators in almost every case. You see it, anything that goes on, we see it. The NYPD catches them real fast.
All right, next up, we welcome back Steve Nesson to the proceedings from WNYC Gothamist. Steve, welcome.
I haven't been gone long. No. Thank you. Hi, Jana. Yeah. Just wanted to follow up on the report, I think a few days ago, on the Evolve gun detection pilot that found there were 0 weapons, but there were over 100 false positives. So I'm just curious, how do you feel about this pilot, and should the subway system be used to trial unproven technology like this in the future?
All right, so it's a rhetorical question. We would never advocate for trialing unproven technology. That wasn't the Evolve initiative was not the MTA's, it was the city's initiative. I haven't seen all the data. In fairness to the city, people who were given an option not to come in or to use another entrance. So the fact that people with guns decided not to go through a metal detector, not shocking. But more important is the fact that generally the enforcement at the fare gate, whether you use Evolve or any kind of weapons detection technology, enforcement at the fare gate picks up large numbers of people who are criminals, who are wanted, and who are carrying weapons. And it's one of the reasons, putting aside fare evasion, that we have been glad to welcome the NYPD presence to the fare gate, where the first impression of whether this is a lawful place, whether people are playing by the same rules and respecting each other is established. So we're going to support law enforcement at the entry to the system, but that has not been our pilot, and we're not involved with that one.
All right, joining us via Zoom, Jose Martinez from the city. Jose, you can fire up the gear, fire up the microphone, and you're up.
Thanks, Tim, but actually I didn't have a question today. I'm sorry. But hello, everyone.
That is amazing. Everybody. Fabulous. We move right along. Sam Liebman is here with a question from New York 1. Samantha.
Hi. So, first of all, I have 2 questions. One is, do we have any new info on the bus fare evasion?
Just turn on the mic, please, Samantha. Thank you.
Do we have any new info on numbers on bus fare evasion? And also, do you have any reaction to this PCAC and RPA report that outlines the effects of giving municipal workers exemptions were congestion pricing to be implemented. And do you have any concerns that the governor could implement a modified plan?
Okay, I'm trying to keep track. So we, right now, clearly the bus fare evasion initiative, again, Demetrius, some issue that had been percolating, no secret, I've been talking about for a while. Demetrius grabbed it and ran with it as soon as he got in. We see some significant indicators of success on the lines where we have been implementing the pushback against bus fare evasion. Sam, it's too early to tell what the system-wide impact is. We do have higher paid customer numbers for September than, not just than August, but a growth in September. It's too early to tell how much of that may have been student omni versus improvements on the bus side and indeed on the subway side, because they both are up. But we're analyzing that. We're going to keep pushing back on bus fare evasion. We got to win hearts and minds back. There are a lot of people who don't break the rules in other parts of their life who have gotten in the habit of not paying. And we need to reestablish as a matter of respect and, with sharing of this incredibly important public resource, we're not going to we're not going to start cheating each other. So that's number one. Number two was a hypothetical about congestion pricing. You want to try me again? Because I can't really hypothesize. Oh, the
Well, there
RPA.
isn't
The
yeah.
RPA report.
Yeah.
Listen, I think the RPA, and I agree with them. Obviously, we're in this uncertain period on congestion pricing, but I agree with them that the basic principle that the TMRB followed in their recommendations and the board adopted is that doing targeted exemptions, one group is more important than another, it did not make sense. And that given the fact that we got 130 separate requests for a special rifle shot narrow exemption, parents with children who are in school and who are on sports teams, we had farmers asking for exemption and so on and so on. It didn't make sense to start picking and choosing that broadly, with the exception of people with disabilities and a special discount for low-income workers who can establish. So those were the exemptions or the discounts that were established, but otherwise narrow gauge exemptions were negative because, one, they have the consequence the RPA identified and the PCAC identified, which is to push the toll up for everybody else. And two, very hard to say one group you're fine, but 120 other groups are not. Once you start doing that, the fairness and the whole process starts to be undermined. So that's, I think, I'm going to answer those two questions and skip the hypothetical on congestion pricing.
Fair enough. We move along to Ben Brockfeld, who's on the Wood today with his story about progress on the Interborough Express. Ben, following up.
But I saw Sam talking about it at great length on New York One this morning, so Sam should have asked about that, no?
It's big news.
I saw your story.
Anyway, hi, Jano. I got two unrelated questions.
Cemetery-related, Ben? No?
Actually, no, believe it or not.
Okay.
And no psychoanalysis either, I don't believe.
Goody.
So first question is about a video that was posted by one of our colleagues at the AP, Jake Offenhartz. So a couple days ago, the L train was stopped at Lorimer Street for what cops were saying was a police inspection. They didn't have any... Supposedly, they didn't have any specific crime that they suspected had occurred on this train. They just stopped it to, inspect for crimes and, question people. He went up to those cops and they said, quote, they have to inspect the trains for any kind of violation. That's what MTA wants us to do. So is that actually an MTA request for cops to randomly stop trains for inspections without
Only
suspicions
your
of wrongdoing?
train, Ben. Only your train.
Only my train?
But listen, this is what they call TOMS, right? Chief, come on up and explain what TOMS stands for. That's been going on for a million years. It's a technique that
Why can't they do that while the trains are moving? Doesn't that cause a lot of?
Because that way you could do more than one train. If you're standing on the platform, you can do one train, then the next one, and the next one. If you're just on one train, you're only doing that one train. So that's the very deep logic of a TOMS inspection protocol, which is you can review, take a look at it, and also have, check in with passengers. That is a, incredibly positive. We get incredibly positive feedback from passengers. I don't know what Jake Offenhartz wrote, but generally we get great feedback from passengers who say, wow, cops stepped on, checked, asked anyone if there's anything going on that concerned them, and they stepped off and the train proceeded. So we love TOMS inspections. That's not something we've instructed the MTA, the NYPD to do, but we certainly support them in that using that technique to increase subway safety. Chief?
So thank you. I'm actually familiar with the video. I watched it. I looked into it. There's some accuracies to that video, and to be quite frank, there's some inaccuracies to that posting. The posting mentioned that the train was stopped for 5 minutes. The train was not stopped for 5 minutes. The NYPD checked the body cam footage of the officers and the station footage, and it was closer to about 2 minutes. I think you mentioned for no reason. They stepped on the train and they observed someone vaping a cigarette on the train. Maybe not the most egregious crime or offense to some, but to some it is. And that leads, that puts it in the quality of life bucket. And they observed this person. They had to get on the train, escort this person off. And if you view that video that's posted, you see other cops writing the summons. That's what they were doing. They were writing the summons as the other police officers walked to another train car, stepped on. The train was stationary for a few more seconds, and the train continued. But to the chairman's point, I mean, we talk about it all the time, about the value of our riders seeing police officers for so many reasons. The NYPD instructs the police officers that are on platforms when the train pulls in to step on. Look left, look right, say hello, make their presence known. Just think about how many more people they're having contacts with, by doing so, not just having people see them on the platforms, but also people riding the trains. So it offers them a sense of comfort. We support it. It's a good policing technique, and it'll continue. As far as the NYP doing these TOMS. I hope I answered your question. Train Order Maintenance Service, something to that. But basically, it's stepping on a train and doing an inspection. That's what it was. But again, it wasn't for 5 minutes.
Okay.
And that's just a fact.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I have one totally unrelated question. So, the election is coming up next week. There's a lot of, to quote Nolan, Michigas around it. But
Chazarai. Go
yeah,
for that. Yeah.
I actually don't know that one. But so have you? You're a man who has a lot of things that the federal
psychology here.
You have a lot of interests with regards to the federal government. Have you spoken to either the Donald Trump campaign or the Kamala Harris campaign, or frankly either Trump or Harris themselves, on any of your priorities, be that congestion pricing, etc.?
No. Next question.
All right, next question is from Christina Baker down there of the Bond Buyer. Christina, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I have a question about the new state funding for the 2025 to 2029 capital plan. Obviously, you're still working all of that out, but do you have a target or a range for how much of the new funding would ideally be backing debt versus being used like PAYGO?
Yeah, I think that's articulated. I think in our capital program presentation, we are trying to keep our, broadly speaking, our debt level around 15% of the operating budget. So that dictates how much more we could spend. And saying what that would allow us to borrow, Christina, is what allowed us to come up with I would say the hole, but the nut that needs to be addressed in the next legislative session, which is about $33 billion. So we assumed that we borrow as much as we can to stay at the 15% level. I can't remember exactly how much that is, but that the 33, right, Kevin? The 33 is what's left after the MTA has borrowed as much as we can while keeping our operating budget, the percentage of our operating budget around 15%. So if you want more details, I probably have to put you with Kevin and Jay to get into that. But we did consider what we could borrow as part of that plan.
All right, next up from Zoom, we've got Noelle Lilly. She's coming to us from News 12, the Bronx, sir. Noelle, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Good, thank you, Noelle.
Good. I'm with News 12 Bronx. We are working on a story regarding double parking. Back in August, the MTA announced they were going to be cracking down on double parking as well as other bus lane violations across the city by using cameras on buses. We've been speaking with parents who say that particularly during pickup and drop-off time at schools in the Bronx, this is creating an issue because there is limited parking space available. Anyone who's gone to a school, I think around 2 in the afternoon can probably relate. Is the MTA considering any accommodations or exemptions for parents in schools or coordinating with the DOE at all to keep that for working families trying to just get their kids in and out within a 10-minute window?
Okay, so specific issue, specific school, we're working with the city on that, but bigger picture, Noelle, remember, you don't get a ticket unless you've been staying in the spot for more than 5 minutes. So it's not a drop-off situation. It's, you've been staying in the location for more than 5 minutes. We've also, you have to be seen by more than one bus during that period in order to get a ticket. So what we're dealing with mostly is folks who are blocking bus lanes for much longer periods of time. But we are obviously, good partners with the city and the school system, and we're happy to talk about specific locations and specific situations. But the big picture is for people in the Bronx, especially working class New Yorkers who live in the Bronx, they need those bus lanes not to be blocked. If you are not a bus, get out of the bus lane. And rather than having to send cops, which is really expensive, to go police that, the way to do it, just as we do to protect school students with the school speed cameras, we are now protecting bus riders by having the cameras attached to the buses. It's working really well. People get the message. They don't do it more than once in general, and it's an effective tool. But we're going to work with the school system if there are specific episodes. Frank?
Yeah, if I can ask a quick follow-up question to that. There's one parent in particular, they have a 4-minute violation. So it was outside of that. That's just one example. But with that being said, is there any consideration perhaps for widening that 5-minute window of time when you get that second bus to see you, given that the pickup may take longer, particularly just making the exemptions for schools that might have a pickup or drop-off situation that might take a little bit more to wrangle all the
You're
kids?
living up to the pitch that News 12 is hyper-local. I don't know that specific case. We're going to work with everybody. If someone feels they got a ticket unjustly or unfairly or the system didn't work properly, absolutely they can contest it, and we will work with them to try to work it out. But the bigger picture is it's good for everybody in the Bronx. So many people depending on buses, for buses to be faster than walking, and they ain't going to be if the bus lane is blocked by every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
All right, we are going to close out today with, not you, Nolan, you were earlier, it's Evan Simcoe Bednarski right next to you from the Daily News. Evan.
We get confused for each other a lot.
Not in my mind.
I've got 2 questions, if I may. One, I feel like we've done this before. One, the cameras that were put in place for congestion pricing, they've been on now for about 5 months. Why haven't we seen any of the data that they've reported back to the MTA, and what does that data show? Is it in line with what the predictions in the EA looked like?
Listen, I mean, it's no secret we are working to make sure that the system's working. It's not only reliant on those particular cameras that are at the border of the central business district. It's reliant on all of the cameras working together. So we have been continuing to work to improve the system, make sure we're getting it right. There's some complicated spots, like where the Port Authority, because of New Jersey, wouldn't let us get into the Lincoln Tunnel area. Are we getting the right shots? Are we getting the right images? All that stuff is being worked through. So it didn't make sense to start putting out out data. We're taking advantage of the time to try to perfect the system.
And I know a couple of months back, I asked you a question about, are we in a place where the MTA can continue to do sort of the gold standard of two things at once, right? Expand and maintain, given the financial reality. You've been going, around speaking to various stakeholders over the past couple of months. There's, anticipation as to what is going to be, what the state's going to be able to put forward and what the federal government's going to be able to put forward. Over the past couple of weeks, we've talked about a couple of the expansion programs. We've talked about, new rail cars. Are you able to get out and talk to people about the things that aren't as shiny and sexy? Have you been getting feedback from legislators with regard to things like the power system, like, the steel, undergirding the elevated lines? I guess I just want to re-ask the question. Are you still in a place where you feel confident that you can do both at once?
Yeah, no, listen, first of all, we have, you got to compare apples to apples. We have scaled back both the amount of money as a percentage of the overall capital program that's devoted to expansion, and also the number of projects, and frankly, the public emphasis on expansion projects and new facilities and so on. So that is a change from the past. We have kept in some expansion that we think is, really transformational for the region and especially for the city. That's the IBX. There's, I said it 100 times, but it is a crazy relic of the way the city developed, that Queens doesn't have enough, is now the second most populous borough. It's well over 2 million people. It doesn't have enough rail service. And you can't get from Brooklyn to Queens, and there's many people who are moving between those two boroughs for jobs and education and everything else. And we got to take advantage of the fact that we got a rail line that runs right from Brooklyn to Queens. It's fantastic. Let's take advantage of that and plan for the next generation to be able to have rational. So we're not going to stand down on that project and that expansion being really valuable and really important right now. But I've had fantastic reception, much better than I might have anticipated. We have had great reception for the State of Good Repair story. People get it. People get that the system is 100 years old, and that even though we, thanks to a lot of people, MTA leaders of the past and MTA staff, saved it from, what felt like the risk of extinction in the 70s and early 80s. We didn't get to a lot of stuff, and people get it. People get that when concrete and steel get subjected to water, salt, and chemicals for 100 years, bad stuff happens. They get it. And the legislators have been very, very positive, and the public who's coming to our open houses and other events has been very positive. And the advocates, and Lisa and the PCAC team is sitting right there, have, I think, bought into the balance that we're setting between State of Good Repair, an improvement which is, as somebody said from the podium today, I think as important as State of Good Repair, which is accessibility, and a very narrow, targeted list of expansion improvements. I think we've had fabulous response. And I want to say it again, the fact that the state has announced that they got $2 billion more a year, which happens to be roughly what was necessary to fund the entire MTA, solve the whole MTA capital program problem, is awfully good news for the MTA.
All right, thanks, Jano, Kevin, Jamie, Michael, and Frank. And good afternoon from Lower Manhattan.